Hey guys, I'm Dave, and this is Nimshed.
This is the complete 7-hour restoration and revival movie of a neglected 2003 KTM 250SX. From dragging it home to hearing it fire up again, every step is included.
But you'll see that not everything goes to plan, and there's quite a few surprises along the way. But there's always another way to do something. I'm simply sharing my processes and experiences so you can take what's useful and hopefully apply it to your project. So if you like my content, then please like and subscribe, hit that notification bell, drop a comment. It all goes towards that crazy YouTube algorithm, helps my channel out, and doesn't cost you a cent. As always, thank you for joining me on my ride, and I hope to see you out there. The bike has a few issues, which I'll work through. The forks leak oil, the engine has an oil leak, swing arm bearings are shot. I have a suspicion that the fuel tank is leaking fuel. The right hand radiator is held together with cable ties. The foot peg mounting is worn out. And the expansion chamber has the usual dents. The bike does have some good points. It's got brand new tyres, straight rims, good plastics, aftermarket expansion chamber and muffler. So there's good bones there for a decent rebuild project. It was here when I removed the radiator shroud bolt that my suspicions of the tank leaking were confirmed. The only way to stop the leak is to put the screw back into the tank, which is what I'm doing now. Okay, let's start stripping the bike. The tank has to come off. Nothing too obvious. The engine is reasonably clean for its age. The left-hand radiator is a little bit dinged up, but not too bad. .42 pumps exactly. I'm removing the expansion chamber. I plan to do a later video on removing the dents and giving it a good polish, so stay tuned for that one. First thing I notice is damage to the O-ring seal. I also plan on stripping down the top end of this engine, so these gaskets should be covered in the gasket kit that I'll order. Radiators are broken. Radiators are broken and been cable tied back together. Just the more you look, the worse it gets. Oh boy. At least it had an air filter in there. The easiest way to get to the carburettor on these bikes is to lift the subframe up, but in this case I'm going to remove it completely.
The wind is really rattling my camera. If you like my content, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask, please click the subscribe button, whack the thumbs up icon and smash the notification bell. Also, please leave a comment. It all really helps this strange algorithm and really helps out the channel. And just like that, the subframe and airbox is off. I've decided I'm going to pull the carburetor off and inspect the reed valves and inlet boot. This was always the plan. I'm just going to do it now. There is a lot of fatigue cracking around this inlet boot. Trouble with these older two-stroke bikes, parts are getting harder to find. In cases like this, eBay is your best friend. The cracks don't seem to extend through to the inside of the boot, so I might be lucky. The reeds, on the other hand, are a different story. I can see light through them, which indicates they're not sealing. If you look closely, you can see witness marks, which indicates that they've been turned previously. There's also a chip out of the corner of that reed.
Okay, this is where I'm going to leave it. From what I can tell, without stripping it, the engine looks okay. I'm going to concentrate on repairing the tank leaking fuel and see if we can fix that without having to buy a new tank.
Okay, I've got the tank on the bench and I've already started to remove the radiator cowlings from the tank. These self-tapping screws screw directly through the shroud into the tank, and that's where the problem lies. These screws have gone in too far and actually caused a hole in the tank and fuel is leaking out. It looks like there's been an attempt to repair these leaks in the past. There's black silastic in the holes, which I'm attempting to clear out with a drill bit. I'm using a brake cleaning solution to flush out and clean the holes. I'm choosing to use Stag as my product of choice. It is a jointing compound which sets when in contact with any petroleum product. Because of this, it is excellent for repairing fuel tanks. Because these holes are still relatively blind, my method of repair is to push the Stag into the hole and then force it in with a screwdriver and then follow up by running the screw in and out. This hopefully will force the paste into the hole and seal it. I'll do this a few times to ensure the paste is right down into the hole. I've left a small amount of fuel inside the tank, and what I'm doing here is running the fuel over the repair on the inside to seal the Stag. That seems to have done the trick. This next repair is a little bit more involved. As you can see, the hole goes completely through from the outside to the inside of the tank.
The seller or someone prior in their wisdom have put the wrong bolt on this top mounting point for the radiator shroud, and they've punched a hole right through. It goes all the way through. That would fall into the tank if I let it. So what I'm going to do is cut a small piece of this off, cut a slot in it for a screwdriver, cover it in the Stag and screw it in, and then I'm going to use these woodworking threaded inserts and screw them in there, and that'll replace the thread and should stop the leak. And replace the thread at the same time.
So I give the area a good clean with brake clean. And then I dip the little plug into the stag and insert it in the hole. But just before I do that, I'll wax some stag in first. Okay, in with the plug. I use a screwdriver to wind it into the hole, and I'll check the depth to allow enough room for the threaded insert. But first, some more stag. A little bit more.
Tipping the tank over and flooding the area with fuel helps set the stag.
No more leaks. And now to do the same to the rest.
copy of it. All the threads have been replaced now with the threaded inserts and the hole sealed with stag.
To replace the fork seals, you need to get everything out of the way, starting with the front wheel. Next, it's the axle clamp or pinch bolts. The front brake caliper is next. Brake pads are worn out. I'll have to replace them. I always like to put the fixings back where they came from. That way it reduces the chance of losing them. I need to remove the axle cap, or as KTM call it, the spindle screw, so I can drive the axle through. Bear in mind I have a stand under the front of the bike, taking the weight off the front wheel so it can be removed. If I can't put the parts back in their original location, then I like to bag them for safekeeping. The head bearings feel good. I don't think I'll have to replace them. Can't see any serious pit marks or damage to the inner tubes, so hopefully it's just a case of replacing the seals. You can see this one's been leaking a lot worse than this one. Could possibly get away with this one, but in for a penny, in for a pound. I noticed the spring has come away from the dust wiper. This can allow dirt and contaminants into the main seal. I don't have to remove the front guard, but I want to so I can clean it later.
The front guard is missing the stepped washers. I'll have to replace those. Just checking the play in the headstem bearings. There's a little bit there. I'll pull them out, inspect them and grease them.
Last thing remaining to release the forks is to loosen the bolts on the triple clamp. For those of you that are on the ball, I screwed up here. I should have released the top caps on the fork tubes while they were still clamped in the triple clamp. This would have made life easier a little bit further on.
One fork removed from the bike. None of these bolts are what I would call tight. You can easily undo them with a quarter drive ratchet. Second fork out.
Like I mentioned earlier, if I'd have undone these caps while they were still in the triple clamp, it would have made this step easier. Removing these caps allows for draining the majority of the oil. There's a rubber plug at the bottom of the fork which needs to be removed. They're not always present, but in this case it is. This protects the compression damper. Once that plug's removed, the compression damper can be unscrewed to release the components of the fork. Another trap for young players, the compression dampers could have been loosened while they were still in the bike. Oh, by the way, there'll be oil in there. And now the end cap can be removed again, and the spring and internals can be removed. A screwdriver can be used to gently pry the dust seal away from the outer tube, taking care not to slip and damage the inner tube. The oil seal is held in place by a snap ring. This snap ring must be removed so the two tubes can be separated. To remove the snap ring, I just use a small pick to prise it out of the groove. And then it's just a matter of using a slide hammer motion to separate the two tubes from each other. If so desired, you could replace the bushes. I'm not going to do that. There was no play in the forks when I tested it earlier. I'm only going to replace the oil seals. I'm laying everything out on the cloth as I pull it apart, so I don't get confused on how it goes back together later. I'm really happy with these inner tubes. There's not one mark or dent in them that I can see. Usually on a dirt bike of this vintage there would be damage to the tubes from debris impacts such as rocks, etc. On closer inspection, the dust seals are cracked and perished. I didn't order any, so I'll have to get on the computer and order some of these up and fit them when they arrive. These dust seals are buggered. But if they weren't split and worn out, a quick way to get them to seal again is to find the joint in this spring. Right there. No. Right there. Unwind it. One end's tapered, or male and female. Grab yourself a pair of snips. Just chop the slightest bit off. Preload the spring. Screw it back in. That makes the spring a bit smaller and puts a bit more preload on the seal, effectively helping it to seal again. This can be done not only with dust seals but with oil seals as well. Here's the spring off the oil seal. Same thing, find the join. Not always obvious. I think it's there. No. There it is. There's the female end. Snip just the tiniest bit off. Rejoin it. Preload the spring.
Now that will help the seal to seal oil again, because the spring is that bit smaller, putting a bit more pressure on the actual shaft. That's an old trick. I've used it heaps of times and it does work. If this dust seal wasn't damaged so badly, I would have shortened the spring in the method I just showed you and reused them, because they're only a dust seal. But unfortunately, with these cracks, I'll have to order up some new seals.
I'm giving all the components a thorough wash down and blowout to remove any contaminants. Okay, we're back. It's been about 3 days and the wiper dust seals have turned up. So let's get them fitted and get these forks back together. Much better. The new oil seal. So firstly, I'm going to wrap some tape in this groove here. Just to fill it out. I'm going to get a plastic bag. That over the inner tube. First to go on is the dust seal. I use Vaseline or petroleum jelly.
Petroleum jelly will break down in the oil and not leave any residue.
because of its very low temperature melting point.
Simply a matter of guiding it over the tube. And what the tape and the plastic bag does is make it a smooth transition for the seal, so it doesn't encounter any sharp edges. Next is the oil seal. Now the plastic bag can come away. I cut it where the tape is to make sure we don't damage the tube. There you are, the seals are on. Next is the wave washer. I will put some Vaseline on these as well because they have to fit neatly into the outer tube. The sleeve. And lastly, the top bush.
From this point on, I must apologise for the camera angle. I experienced some technical difficulties. What I'm doing here is pushing the inner tube assembly and oil seal down into the outer tube.
Made my own seal followers out of a bit of ABS pipe. Work your way around.
Using a rubber or nylon mallet so not to damage the inner tube. Slowly and carefully work your way around the tube, driving the seal downward until the circlip or snap ring groove is revealed.
You can see the groove there now, so this snap ring can go in easily.
Inserting the snap ring is as simple as compressing it a little, inserting it into the outer tube and pushing it down until it snaps into the groove. I give it a little extra love to ensure it's home all the way.
And now the dust seal.
The dust wiper seal can now be pushed into the outer tube by hand. Run the inner tube in and out a few times to ensure smooth operation and that it's not hanging up anywhere.
Vaseline will leave rings around the tube for a little while.
And now the inner compression spring assembly can be inserted. It didn't take me long to work out that you need to compress the inner tube first to make it easier. The inner tube needs to locate into the axle clamp.
We are, that's just located in the bottom of the fork tube. What I like to do now is anneal the copper washer. You heat it to a cherry red and then quench it in water, and that softens it and makes for a better seal. Copper washer is annealed now, which has made it soft. It'll now seal better around the seat of the valve. Some more Vaseline. Now it's just a matter of adding the required amount of oil. And this fork is done.
There were conflicting opinions on the internet as to the quantity of oil to go into these forks on this motorcycle, so I did what any person would do and consulted ChatGPT.
Near enough.
Because I don't have a jug big enough, I divided the quantity into two. And now the second helping, up to 620 millilitres or thereabouts.
I'll tension that up when it's back in the triple clamp. There we are. One front fork with the seals replaced and fresh oil.
Okay, so I'm going to attempt to make one of these exhaust repair kits from what I have laying around. On eBay they sell anything up to $180 AUD, and I'm not prepared to spend that sort of money for something I might only use once. So what I have is two different size bearing clamps, some tubeless tyre valves, some rubber, some bolts, two pieces of plate, a gauge and some Teflon or plumber's tape. I'm going to put some petroleum jelly around the tubeless valve so it doesn't tear as I pull it through the plate. Next I'll mark the centre of the pieces of rubber so I can punch some holes in them. I use plumbers or Teflon tape to seal the thread of the gauge so it doesn't leak when I screw it into the plate. I realise not everyone has these clamps lying around. I'm just trying to demonstrate with a little ingenuity and what you have available, you might be able to make one of these kits for yourself. Somewhat of a happy accident here. The inlet side of the pipe has a stepped flange which the clamp fits into nicely. Next, it's just a matter of fitting the plate with the gauge to the clamp with bolts and sandwiching the rubber between the plate and the inlet side of the pipe. And there we have it, the first clamp is fitted up to the pipe. You can see the rubber there sandwiched between the plate and the flange. So the small clamp is a rinse and repeat of the larger clamp, although on this end there's no convenient step in the pipe for the clamp to locate in. Fortunately though, there's a small mounting bracket that I'm utilising to secure the clamp. The plate with the tubeless valve is next, and I place the valve directly over the opening of the pipe. This too is then secured to the clamp using bolts and squashing the rubber between the exhaust and the plate. Both clamps are now fitted and secured. It's time to apply some air pressure and check for leaks. I'm not building air pressure, so as suspected, I have a leak. I'm using a squirty bottle with some soapy water. It'll bubble up when it comes across a leak. I'll tighten the bolts evenly a little more to apply more pressure to the gasket, being careful not to go too tight or I could bend the plate.
got some leaks, but it's holding at 40 psi, so we might give that a shot. The leaks can act like a relief valve if we get too much pressure. See how we go.
I'd just like to say that I've never attempted this type of repair before, and I'm quite nervous that this pipe could become a grenade. But that's the whole point of having an air pressure gauge fitted. As the air temperature inside the chamber increases, the pressure will build, and I can keep an eye on it and relieve it as necessary. When I was researching these kits on eBay, I noticed that some of the cheaper kits didn't come with an air pressure gauge. This is a real concern to me, because without a gauge, there's no way of telling how much pressure is building inside the pipe. The theory behind this whole process is to fill the pipe with air pressure, 40 to 50 psi, and then heat the damaged area with a blowtorch until cherry red. The pressure inside the pipe then forces the dent outwards. In theory.
I'm running out of gas, but it's definitely working. The smaller dent here is practically gone. I can't keep enough air pressure in it. I'll have to think of something else. Okay, so update. I've added some more rubber, and I've actually glued them onto the plate. So now it still does leak, and it actually does hold pressure. So it should hold it long enough to be able to successfully remove these dents.
Air pressure is holding steady at 50 psi, so we'll give it another crack and keep an eye on that pressure.
Keep an eye on that pressure. As the air heats up inside the chamber, the pressure will build. Got over 60 now. Worked pretty well.
I'm just dropping the pressure a little bit with my left hand. With the gauge now facing away from me, I'm using a mirror to keep an eye on the pressure as I slowly work my way through all the dents.
So far, these dents have come out amazingly. That one's meant to be there, I think. That one was a big one. It's still got a small crease there and there, but overall I'm quite impressed. Sitting at nearly 90 psi. Now back to 50. I don't know whether to have another go at this one or not, or just be happy with how it's turned out now. Found another one. I'll quickly put some heat on it and see if we can get this one to come out. Definitely got that one out. But couldn't get this one out. This one's more of a crease than a dent. I'll have to be happy with that. That one's come out. So have these ones.
I've done about as much dent removal as I'm prepared to do, so I'll remove the clamps and gear up to start polishing the pipe.
The dents have come out reasonably well, even that one. That one is better than it was, even though it's still visible. Well, my daddy used to say you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
Before I can polish this pipe, I need to get all the rust and dirt and grime off it. I'll be using a combination of scouring pads and a wire brush and some good old-fashioned elbow grease.
That has come up a treat. I'm more than happy with that. Considering what it was. That looks $1 million. Can't complain about that. Yeah, it's got a few dings in it still, but none of the major dents that it had, robbing the bike of horsepower. I'm really happy with how that's turned out.
The suspension on these bikes is fairly simple, comprised of a swing arm, a rear shocker and a pivot bolt that runs through bearings. These bearings wear out and that's the purpose of today's video, to clean this swing arm up and to replace these bearings. Last thing I want is the bike to fall off the lift, so I'm going to tie down the front to stabilise the bike and take the weight off the rear wheel.
One of the first things I notice is the chain joining link. The clip is on backwards. There's potential here for the clip to get caught on something and flick off, and the chain could come apart and cause all sorts of damage and injury. The clip is meant to go with the opening to the back, and that's so it can't catch on anything as it's going around.
I'll start by loosening the rear axle nut. There's no method to my madness here. I just do things as I think of them. The rear shock is held in by an upper and lower mounting bolt. Remove these and the shock will slide straight out. I'm removing the joining link with just your garden variety bullnose pliers. There are special pliers you can buy out there, but bullnose pliers work fine. Save your money. Please excuse the dodgy camera work here. It's just very hard to hold a camera and remove a joining link at the same time.
I think the chain's in too good a nick. It's not meant to do that. Have to replace that. The drive sprocket's not in the best nick either. The rear's okay, but we'll replace the whole setup as a unit.
Depending on how the bike has been looked after, the rear axle can be seized in the hub, but fortunately for me, this one pulls straight out. The frame and sprocket guard need to be removed to access the pivot bolt nut.
I sure hope that's where in the sprocket and not the output shaft.
The rear brake pads look to be in good nick.
Now we'll drive this pivot bolt out. Sometimes they can be really seized. We're on a winner. Okay, got the swing arm out. I won't know what the bearings look like until I get in there. I'll give it a good wash, punch them out, put a new kit in there anyway.
I'm just going to go through and strip all the components off the swing arm. The plastic clip that holds the brake line to the swing arm is bent and I can't get to the bolt to remove it. I'll deal with this one later. The lower chain guide does have some wear, but I have seen worse.
Like a massive big bolt in here. That would have been doing the chain wonders. Try and drive this socket on. That is not supposed to be in there. That's the bolt that's supposed to be in the top. Not that one. Certainly got this wear on this swing arm, but they're very hard to come by, so we're going to have to make do. This brake hose mounting is bent, so I'm going to have to try and heat it to get it back in place. I really don't want to snap it off. See how we go. This is a thread repair or rib nut kit. Basically, you use this tool, you insert that into the hole, and you squeeze it down, and that squashes out into the hole and effectively creates a new thread. So we'll give that a crack. velvet. And there we have it, the thread's been repaired.
I'm just removing a bit of paint to see what the swing arm looks like underneath it. There's a few nicks and scuffs, but I think the polished look will look way better.
I like KTM orange as much as the next guy, but on the swing arm, yeah, not really. I think it'll look a lot better polished up.
Someone prior has done a repair to this swing arm. There's a nasty groove that has been filled with a metal epoxy. I need to remove this glue so I can get the swing arm repaired correctly.
Wow, that has certainly taken a chunk out of that swing arm. We'll get that welded up.
I'm not entirely sure what's happened to this swing arm. This adjusting bolt has failed, and potentially the wheel has come loose and the torque of the chain has driven the wheel sideways, because there's other damage inside the swing arm to indicate that the wheel has come loose at some point, and potentially if the rear wheel has come loose, the chain may have come off and wrapped itself around the rear sprocket and caused this damage to the swing arm.
Yeah, bit of a mystery.
Alright, I'm off to see a mate who's going to weld up this damage for me.
Bit better than the bulb.
Okay, so we've got a damaged thread here. It's where the rear axle adjusting bolt or chain adjusting bolt screws into. It just moves in and out. The thread's completely gone. So what I've got is a thread repair kit. It's a M10 by 1.25 pitch. You'll find that most Japanese motorcycles use metric fine.
Quite a nice kit. Drill, tap, recoils or helicoils, and the applicator.
I don't know how this is going to go. The hole is almost too large for the tap to bite into. If this doesn't work and the helicoil or recoil doesn't grab, then we may have to think of something else. We'll see how we go. Trying to keep this tap as straight as possible. It's starting to bite now. We might be okay. I'm going to wind it out now. I know I said this was a swing arm bearing replacement video. But we've had a couple of surprises along the way which need attention. So I hope what I'm doing helps someone out there.
I'm just spraying some brake and parts cleaner into the hole just to clean the thread and remove any dirt and grime.
Looks like we've got a little bit of thread in there.
Some Permatex steel weld or epoxy metal.
Won't need much.
Because the new thread in the swing arm is not brilliant, I'm going to coat the outside of the power coil with some epoxy, and hopefully that will then be strong enough to last.
See how that goes. So once you've wound the recoil or helicoil all the way in, you turn it backwards and it breaks off the little tab. So then you should be able to wind the bolt or the whatever you're wanting to screw in there all the way in. And I think we're on a winner. I'll just let that epoxy go off. Overnight, and we'll come back in the morning.
Okay, so at last we're on to replacing the bearings in the swing arm. We're clearing everything out of the way, seals, bushes and thrust washers so we can get to the needle roller bearings. Grease is pretty dirty. I think it's long overdue for a change. Got some damage here. The washers is broken. The inner race. And the surface hardening has pretty much gone on that one. Got some pitting from rust, there's been some water in there. Yeah, this side's not as bad, but it's on its way. So yeah, you can see the bearings in there, needle rollers. So what we've got here is a needle roller bearing that's pressed inside the housing of the swing arm. We need to push them out. Now most people won't have a hydraulic press at their disposal. So the next best thing that you can use is some threaded rod, a couple of nuts, washers. I've just got some extra packers there in the way of nuts, larger nuts, so that the washers don't push or pull through the socket. We have a socket that will fit over the outside of where the bearing housing is, so that when we push the bearing through, the bearing will come out and into the socket. Now this socket needs to be the same size on the outer diameter as the bearing. So if I can show that to you, that fits inside the housing onto the outer race of the bearing. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so I'm locating the larger socket on the outer of the housing and the smaller socket on the race of the bearing. We'll see if we can wind these bearings out.
Something's happening. Getting easier. We might have to pull this apart now so we can see if that first bearing has come out, and it has. I can see it. There we have it. The first needle roller bearing is out. Simple as that. So you don't need an expensive hydraulic press. Just a basic bit of oil thread that you can get from your local hardware store and some sockets and nuts. Okay, let's get the last one out. Also, the trick is that this socket is not bigger than the inner diameter of the housing, or it'll get jammed in there. Okay, it's getting pretty easy now. I think the other bearing is out. Yep, there you go. Okay, so that's both bearings out. The bearings removed. So we'll get the other side out and then we can clean it up and push the new kit in. I won't show the pushing out of the other side. It's just a rinse and repeat of what we've just done. Okay, that's the other side out. These ones look like they've definitely been Loctited in. And there's this white powdery stuff on the inside. Very suspicious of Loctite, so we may have some play in this side which we'll have to address. But I'll get this swing arm cleaned up and might get some paint stripper on it and get rid of this orange paint so I can give it a polish up. Okay, I'm going to put the swing arm bearing kit back into the swing arm. But what I have noticed is some damage here. So I'm going to have to build that up with a bit of liquid metal, epoxy. Hope you can see that. So what I'm going to use to push in the bearings is the same as what I used pretty much to push them out. Bit of threaded rod, a couple of sockets, a couple of pieces of plate, the old bushing from the old bearing. And I've got my epoxy stirring stick and a tray. Also got some map gas in case I may need to just give it a bit of heat to assist getting the bearings in, but we'll see how we go with that. This is the bearing kit. Quite a comprehensive kit. Let's get into it and see how we go. I'll start with the undamaged side first. So what we've got is our needle roller bearings. Need 2 of those per side. And we've got a choice of seals. Today's exercise I'll be using the metal casing seals. There are some thinner rubber reinforced seals. I'm hoping to be able to use these ones. See how we go. We've got the 4 thrust washers. And the 2 bushes. And these cups. So what I have is a socket. The OD of this bearing is slightly over 28mm, and this socket is pretty much right on 28mm OD. So that will assist with pushing in the bearing. The thing is here, just keep this bearing straight to the actual swing arm so it doesn't go in on an angle and get stuck and damage the bearing. Okay, let's see how we go. Going to put a little bit of grease around the outside just to help it slide in.
As you can see, there's a little bit of juggling involved to get everything lined up. If the bearing is lined up to the swing arm, it will push in quite easily. If it's off at all, you'll need to gently tap it out and start again.
That's better. So I'll push that in a little bit further with the socket.
The plate can only push the bearing into the swing arm so far. I use the socket to push the bearing in the remainder of the way until it's home. Because the socket is larger than the outside diameter of the bearing, it will only allow me to push the bearing in so far until it comes to rest against the shoulder of the swing arm.
Okay, there we are. One in. We'll do the other one.
Pushing the remainder of the bearings in is simply rinse and repeat. I'm using the socket here purely as a spacer, so I don't have to wind the nut in and out because I'm lazy.
Yeah, that's going in nice and straight. Okay, there we have it. Bearings are in. I won't put the seals or anything else in yet till I get the other side in. Okay, so this side is where I'm going to need the liquid metal epoxy. Smear a tiny little bit on the bearing as it's going in, using some isopropyl alcohol just to clean the area. My greasy fingers.
I'm using epoxy to fill in the damage in the swing arm and to give the bearing some support. Take care not to use too much epoxy. You don't want it getting into the needle roller bearing.
Okay, I think that's it. Let's see how we look. Okay, the bearing's installed. Okay. Okay, next is the seals, frost washers and cups. But firstly, we'll pack this with grease.
I'm using a lithium-based grease, which is suitable for all roller bearing applications and offers anti-corrosion protection properties.
Really force the grease in through the roller bearings, or needle rollers. It's going to get messy. Okay, that's enough. Seals are installed with the lip facing inwards. Now you can knock these in with a hammer, or you can wind them in the same way as we did with the bearings.
I find there's less risk of damage to the seal if you can press or wind them in, so that's what I'm doing.
Just to give them a little tap, get them started.
Same thing applies to the seals as the bearings. If you find they're going in on a bit of an angle, gently tap them out and start again.
That's got it. Next is the cups. Firstly, the bushing, bit of grease, Okay. Next thing to do is install some bling. And what I have here is a new chain slider. Goes on this way. Of course, there we have our repaired thread from that huge bolt that was in there originally. Our cup washer. Mustn't forget a bit of lubrication for future Dave. I will thank myself, or the next owner will, for lubricating these parts. Next part is the chain guide. Okay, a little bit of grease. Doesn't that look way better than painted orange? Next thing are the rear or chain adjusters. Remember from the swing arm video, I repaired that thread, replaced it with a power coil. And I had to put some epoxy on there to help it stay put. So this will be the test. We'll screw the adjuster in there and hopefully it'll stay there. There we are. Very happy with that. That's turned out really nicely. There we are. It's done, ready to go back into the bike. It's not perfect, but I think it's a lot better than it was. Looks a lot better than being orange.
Okay, so I'm going to start stripping the frame by firstly removing the brake pedal and master cylinder. Quite a simple process when the swing arm and rear wheel are out of the way. Due to its age, there's all these mismatched nuts and bolts and fixings throughout the bike. I'll deal with these later on reassembly. The two bolts securing the ignition coil to the frame are next. If you haven't got a wiring diagram handy, it's always a good idea to take photos of what wires go where.
Nice bit of bent wire here.
It's actually part of the old cotter pin.
This bottom hole is quite flogged out, so I'll have to weld that up. Might even turn up a bushing, weld it in there to give it some extra support. At least this side has a cotter pin or split pin. That one's slightly flogged out as well, but nowhere near as bad.
The handlebar controls are next. I'll go through, clean, inspect and repair anything that needs it before putting it into storage to go back onto the bike later on. Okay, I just thought I'd show you how easy it is to change the brake pads on these calipers. They're designed to be done quickly on race day on the bike, so it is quite a simple process.
Okay, I'm just fitting the front brake disc pads. Gone through and given the caliper and everything a nice good wash, nice and clean. I've lubricated the slides. So just whack these pads in there. That's the brand I've got, just off eBay. Pin. And the two clips. It's a tough one. There we are. Pads are in. Simple as that.
The triple clamp is the last serviceable item to be removed. I'm hoping the bearings just need cleaning and re-greasing, but we'll soon find out.
Yeah, the bearings look a bit rough.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to replace these bearings. They're rusted and pitted and can't be reused. And lucky last, the CDI unit.
Okay, that's about as far as I'm going to strip the frame down. Next I'll give that a good wash and have a look at repairing this bottom foot peg mounting. Okay, so what we have is the left hand side footrest mount. The bottom part is flogged out. It's been repaired in the past. If I refit the foot peg and the pin, you can see the amount of wear in that bottom mount. And of course, when the spring's in there, the foot peg sits up and that looks odd, so we need to bring it back to this position. And all I've got to do that is a little bush which fits perfectly over the pin. So what I'm going to do now, I'll need to I'll need to just open this up a little bit so that goes in there nicely from this side, and then we can weld it on. And hopefully that'll solve our foot peg issues.
So what I'm using is a pneumatic pencil grinder with a barb on the end, and I'm just taking the slightest bit of metal out so that the bushing will fit in nicely. The powder coating needs to be removed so the bushing can be welded in place.
Alright, it looks like a turkey flew over and shat on it, but it's not going to fall off. A grinder and paint makes me the welder I ain't. Not too bad. Put some paint on that now. You won't even know the difference.
A bit of etch primer first. For the top coat, I'm using a black semi-gloss enamel.
Okay, let's install these foot pegs. I've given them a quick sandblast and a coat of clear, and they've come up quite nicely. So I'll do the right hand side first while I'm waiting for the paint to dry on the left hand side.
Just a little trick I use to get these foot peg springs in.
Okay, now the other side.
And there we are. The foot peg repair is complete.
Okay, so here I have the triple clamp, and I need to get this bearing off because it's no good. So I'm going to do it the way I do it. It may not be the right way, but this is how my videos work. I do it how I do it. may not always be correct.
My tool of choice is the Dremel with a small cutting disc. What I'm doing is cutting away the bearing cage, and that will give me access to the inner race. And by the way, I am wearing my safety squints. Just joking. I've got my safety glasses on.
So what I've proceeded to do is to remove the race and the roller bearings, and I'm going to cut a groove on either side of the inner race, and that'll weaken it and I should be able to pop it off.
Of course, I'm being very careful not to cut through the inner race and damage the post. Now that I've weakened the inner race, it can be knocked off with a hammer and a punch.
So that's how I do it. So, got a bearing kit just in. Let's hope it's the right one. Got a sticker. Always like stickers. Okay, let's open it up and have a look.
So we have a bottom seal and a choice of 2 top seals.
Okay, both bearings are the same, that's good. Okay, I think we're on a winner.
So the first part to go on is the bottom seal. So if you're like me and not lucky enough to own a bearing heater, this is how I heat my bearings. I use a bit of plate, heat it from underneath, and the radiant heat transfers through to the bearing. All the while keeping an eye on the temperature so the bearing doesn't get too hot and turn blue. So I just like to give the bearing a couple of taps to make sure that it's home. You can tell that it's home when the seal underneath can't be rotated. Greasing bearings by hand is not my favourite pastime. Maybe it's a spectrum thing, but anyway, there's no other way to do it.
Pushing it between the outer race and the inner race, or the cage and the inner race. Forcing it down between the rollers. Messy job. The reason I didn't pack this first is because heating the bearing would have just melted the grease anyway. I'll get a clean bag and put over the top of that so it doesn't get contaminated. Okay, the other way. And probably the best way, but not necessarily the cleanest way, to pack a bearing. I don't like grease, or I don't like putting my hand in grease. That's a me thing. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel right. So, doesn't matter left or right-handed. Grab a wad of grease and just push it in.
There are tools you can buy that connect to a grease gun, but where's the fun in that?
Some people have it in the palm of their hand, it doesn't matter. Slowly rotate the bearing around as you do that. What this does, pushes the grease between the inner race and the cage and greases the bearings. Okay, that bearing's greased. And that's why I wear gloves. Okay, let's install this triple clamp.
So before we refit the triple clamp,
I'm going to knock the old outer race out. It's just a matter of using a tool like this, a drift. There's a ledge under there, slight ledge, and you've just got to contact that and drive it out. So I'll just flip the frame over and we'll do that. And there we have it. One old bearing removed.
I won't show removing the other bearing because it's the same process. Okay, we'll just flip the frame over again and fit the new outer race.
Give that a clean up with a wire brush. Okay, new bearing going in.
I'm using a copperhide hammer and a
Brass drift. Work your way around till the bearing is sitting in the bottom of the groove. Hear that slight pitch change? That means it's home. All right, time to put the triple clamp in.
So as you can see from the little diagram on the side, the order of assembly is the bottom triple clamp goes into the steering head first from the bottom, then the top bearing, followed by the steering head gasket, and the steering head cover. Next is the O-ring and the top triple clamp. And last but not least, the steering head screw.
The fork legs will need to go into the triple clamp before this can be torqued up. So that'll be later down the track.
The seals can be removed with a screwdriver, but there are special tools out there. But in doing so, we'll reveal a circlip that also needs to be removed.
Most people I talk to don't know this, but this is a circlip, or what we call in Australia a circlip, and they have a right and a wrong side. And if you look closely, these holes are tapered, so they actually go in one way. If you put them in the wrong way, then you're coming in from the open side, where you need to come in from closed side, so the pliers can actually grip. So, just a bit of trivia.
Once the circlip is removed, the wheel can be flipped and the bearing can be driven out. Raise the wheel up on blocks to allow room for the bearing to come out. The bearing and spacer tube are out. Flip the wheel over again and drive the other bearing out.
Okay, bearings are out.
A quick wire brush of the hub, ready for the new bearings and seals.
got the new Bearing Works rear wheel bearing kit here. Got the 2 seals and the 2 bearings. Always like to have the number of the bearing pointing outwards, so you don't have to knock them out to find out what bearing you've got. Just got a copper hide hammer and I'm just hitting the outer race. It doesn't damage the bearing at all. Yeah, we're home. I don't know if you can pick that up or not. Those holes are slightly conical. It goes in that way. Seal is next. Same thing, just tap it around the outside with this copper hide hammer. What I did do off camera, I just took these off a little bit on the lathe. They're a little bit graunched, so I've just tidied them up a bit.
If you need to replace them, they are readily available on eBay.
The last seal. A little bit of grease. Future Dave will thank me. Second bearing kit for the front wheel. This one comes with a sticker. I love stickers. And 2 bearings, 2 seals. Hear that pitch change? That means the bearing's home. Some grease. Don't forget the spacer. that pitch change. Some grease. Okay, bearings and seals replaced on the front and rear wheel. Now I'm going to replace the sprocket. They recommend to replace the hardware. I don't know. I've reused them in the past, but for this exercise I'm replacing them. If you're full on racing the bike, then yeah, maybe. But for what I'm going to use it for, just beating around a paddock, probably don't need to replace them. But rather be safe than sorry. Now, the old sprocket's not in too bad a nick, but I'm putting a new front sprocket and new chain on, so it always pays to replace them as a set. So that's why I'm doing it. There we have it. 49 tooth. It's actually identical to the one that's just come off. Previous owner must have shopped at MX store as well. Okay, the hardware. I'll put a bit of Loctite on the threads of each of these. Oh, pre-Loctited. How do you like that? And these are just Allen head bolts, so that makes life a lot easier. Fucking idiot. So there is a torque setting for these. I'll have to look that up. But I'll just buzz these up for now. We'll go opposites. Like I said, I'll find a torque spec and torque them up. So I've just been online, sprocket screws, M8, already Loctited, 35 Newton meters. So we'll do that now. $35. Opposites again. Okay, sprocket bolts done. Rear wheel is finished. Of course, if you own one of these tension wrenches, always back them off to zero.
So once the tank, expansion chamber and swing arm have been removed, it's a simple matter of disconnecting the wiring harness, removing the clutch slave cylinder and removing the mounting bolts and brackets, and the engine can be removed from the frame. I'm using this engine frame that I made to support the engine while I strip it down. I didn't design this frame, I copied it from someone else. But it does make life easier when you're wanting to strip down an engine. I recommend using a clean container when draining the oil. If you haven't got anything else laying around, an aluminium baking tray works well. It helps to see any of the nasty surprises lurking in the oil.
Few metal shavings on there, that's a bit concerning. Nothing in the oil though, so it may just be normal wear and tear. There are some chunks there though. Nothing really shiny in the oil, which is encouraging. Won't know for sure until we completely strip it down.
Remove the kickstarter by undoing the 20mm M8 bolt and sliding the kickstarter from the splined shaft. I'm just draining the last of the transmission oil. Here you can see the versatility of one of these engine frames. It's not a requirement to remove the outer clutch cover or the water pump cover, but I have a new gasket kit and I would like to renew the gaskets, and it makes for easier cleaning of the parts. impeller and cover look to be in good condition. The intermediate clutch cover can now be removed. Behind this cover there is a power valve connecting rod, which must be removed by disconnecting a spring clip. The collar screws, springs and pressure plate can now be removed, followed by the push rod. The first sign of real wear in this engine is in the clutch pack fingers. There's quite a bit of movement here. If you haven't got yourself a pair of these clamping pliers, I highly recommend you get yourself a pair. They are a very versatile tool for holding rotating parts while you're undoing them. There's a locking tab washer securing the hub nut. The tabs on the washer need to be knocked down flat, so a socket can be fitted to undo the nut so the clutch basket and hub can come away. Inner and outer clutch hub will now slide off the spline of the main shaft. The kickstart mechanism is next. Behind this component is a small thrust washer. Take care, these things can become lost very easily. This crankshaft nut is left-hand thread or reverse thread. The primary gear will now simply slide off the crankshaft. The kickstart intermediate gear is held on with a circlip. These circlips can fly off when removing them and become lost. Ask me how I know. The shift lever needs to come off, and then the shift shaft and the shift locating drum can be removed. Not forgetting the shift drum locating lever. Another obscure thrust washer, and the shift shaft has a lot of sludge on it from the transmission. The head and the cylinder need to come off the crankcases so that they can be split to get to the transmission. No horrible impact damage to the head. That's encouraging. Let's have a look inside the cylinder. The cylinder looks remarkably in good condition also, although the top of the piston has a rather unusual combustion pattern on it. It was at this moment I realised my day had just got worse. So the piston picked up in the cylinder. So I'll need to buy a new piston kit and get the cylinder re-nickel. Bummer. I don't know if you can see it in there where it's picked up on the cylinder. They're not deep gouges, but the nickel coating has been damaged, rendering this cylinder useless. Looks like we've got a crack there as well. Oh, happy days. Okay guys, well at this point, with the damage here, the bike is basically not worth fixing. The piston and cylinder bore are no good, as well as the clutch. There's a lot of wear in the clutch plates on the fingers. I think my best option here is to part it out and try and recoup some of my money. I'll have a look online and see what's out there, but at this point I think parting it out is my best option. I've just done a search on eBay. There's a complete engine there. The seller wants $1,000. I've made him an offer. We'll see what he comes back with, but as for this engine, I'll keep tearing it down, so for your guys' entertainment, and we'll see what develops. Clever bastard.
Flywheel looks to be in good condition. Odd looking dent there. I'm noticing that the timing marks are off. Right at the top there's 2 marks. They should be aligned, but the mark on the stator plate is to the right a little, which I'm pretty sure is advanced. At some point they've tried to improve performance by advancing the timing. Could account for our issues. May have been running a little bit hot or pre-igniting. Anyway, moving on. Okay, behind the stator we have some oil. Indicates to me that the crankshaft seal has failed.
Now, failed crankshaft seals can cause all sorts of issues, from hard starting to rough idling to leaning down the air-fuel mixture ratio and causing engine damage, all of which I am witnessing with this engine. A crankcase separating tool is a must-have if you're going to be doing this type of work often. The big end on this crank feels good. No up and down movement and a slight bit of sideways movement. There's a slight bit of bluing to the web, but I think that may have been from a previous repair, as there's no bluing to the pin or the bearing. The shift rails pull out, which allow the selector forks to be removed along with the shift roller. The transmission can then be removed. Just be mindful of loose gears and thrust washers.
Bearings don't feel too bad, but that one's quite grindy. I may have to look at replacing that one. This output shaft is the reason this all started. As you can see, it's quite worn. I notice we're missing a spring on the other end of this selector shaft. I'll have to check the drawing to see if there is actually one supposed to be there, but I think there is. The leaking crankshaft seals here are more than likely what has caused the engine to fail. Oil leaking out means that there's also air getting in, which is leaning down the air-fuel mixture, which would make it run hot and cause the piston to expand and grab into the cylinder. The piston looks reasonably new, so I'd say potentially the engine was built, but the seals weren't replaced, and the engine has failed, possibly for a second time. At that point, the seller probably gave up and decided to get rid of it.
Unfortunately, this engine has a worn-out clutch and a crack in the cylinder and scored Nicosol lining. This crack may have been allowing coolant into the cylinder, which would explain the odd combustion mark on top of the piston.
Okay, the next thing I'll do is go through and wash everything and inspect all the components. The offer I put in for the replacement engine has been accepted. The new engine, or the new second-hand engine, is in the post. The seller guarantees me that the Nicosol bore is in very good condition and it comes with a brand new Wiseco piston and rings. So that's good news. I can't wait to see that when it turns up. So when it gets there, we'll do an inspection on that, and hopefully we can get one engine made up out of the two and get this thing up and running.
You know, I have asked myself, as I'm sure many of you are asking.
Okay, so the first of our packages has arrived. Let's open it up and have a look.
Why didn't I go through and check the condition of the motor first? Well, that's because I'm a dummy. You see, when I opened up the engine, I didn't expect to find what I did.
A magneto cover.
But in my defence, before we brought it home, my son took it for a ride. And it started and ran first kick and rode without an issue.
Flywheel.
Although it did blow a little smoke, which I contributed to failed crankshaft seals, which is common with these bikes, particularly two-strokes.
What looks to be a crankshaft.
Other than that, there were no knocks or noises in the engine to indicate the amount of damage that I've found.
First thing I notice is quite a bit of rust.
I must remind myself that this is a 22-year-old motorcycle and the engine is going to be worn.
Big end does feel okay.
The biggest issue we have facing these rebuilds is the rarity of parts. Things like cylinders and crankshafts are getting harder and harder to find. That's why I jumped on this complete engine when it came up on eBay.
Box number 2. Not packaged the best. Quite open in places. And no, I didn't get it from Kmart. Okay. Expansion chamber. The engine. Kickstart. New piston. Clutch. Hopefully it's a bit better than the one I've got. Right, we've got the transmission, kickstart shaft, gudgeon or wrist pin, valve covers, various nuts and bolts, shift drum. Looks like some carburettor pieces and don't know what that is. Part of the kickstart mechanism. Some bolts, engine cover bolts, shift lever and selector forks. Let's have a look at this important part. Head looks okay. Okay. Moment of truth. Just get a torch.
And to my disappointment, there's a crack. And the Nickel plating is lifting in a couple of spots there and some small scoring. I've been back in touch with the seller of this engine who guaranteed that this cylinder was in perfect condition, and he's very apologetic. It just so happens he has another cylinder there which he will ship out to me as soon as humanly possible. So we'll have to wait till that arrives in the next few days, but unfortunately there's no guarantees with that either. We'll just have to wait and see. I'm just double checking it with the edge of a screwdriver to confirm it is a crack, and it is.
Okay, this is the second cylinder off the engine that I bought off eBay. It has a crack in it, as you know from previous episode. The seller has ghosted me after promising that he would send another cylinder.
Thanks, Liam.
So my only option now is to strip this one, and there's a place in Victoria called
Electrosil, not a sponsor, and they have really helped me out of a pickle by promising a quick turnaround, and they will
repair the crack and recoat the Nickel lining. But I have to strip the power valve out and send it off as a bare cylinder, so that's what I'm going to do now. This valve does appear to be in good condition.
All these fixings have had Loctite applied to the threads. They take a little bit of effort to break free. Now that I've broken the grip of the Loctite, I can use my impact driver to run the screws out. Once the gear segment and the retaining bracket are out of the way, the control roller can be removed. I'm just using my dead blow hammer to break the bond of the silicone on this cover. There we are. I can now box this up, send it off and get it repaired. But first I'll need to give it a wash. What I will do first is bag up each side in individual bags so I don't get mixed up and confuse myself. Okay, let's do that. Just looking to see if I can see the crack on the inside here. Now that the power valve's been removed. I don't know if you can see it there or not. It's a very faint crack. And there's some nickel plating lifting off there and there. As well as the minor scoring, which will only become major scoring. There we go, wrapped up, ready to go to Electrosil over in the eastern states. It'll be roughly a week to 10 days turnaround. So I'll be excited to see what comes back and what sort of job they do. Anyway, off we go. Okay.
Received a package from Electrosil in the eastern states over in Melbourne. This will be my reconditioned cylinder. So let's get this open and have a look. Some literature, the bill, so this is the do's and don'ts about fitting it, so we'll have a read through that. Looking good so far. Wow. First impressions, that looks $1 million. Certainly done a good job. So that's where the crack was, just in front of my thumb, and the missing Nickel plating. It all looks very good, very happy. This will be my piston. I had to sand that out with it. Requirement is to send your piston with the bore, and they size the bore to your piston. So everything should be perfect. Okay. Right hand side valve parts, left hand side valve parts, valve cover, and the valve. Okay, let's start putting this back together. Okay, according to the paperwork from Electrosil, make sure all the surfaces are free of old gasket material, which I've done. Wash the cylinder with hot water and detergent, not solvent, making sure that all surfaces are clean and free from any loose material. For two-strokes, prepare the cylinder by wiping the bore with two-stroke oil. Make sure the power valves are clean and operate freely. Check the power valve does not extend into the cylinder. Okay, let's do that. So I've got a bucket of warm water with dishwashing detergent in it. And here's our freshly relined cylinder. In we go.
One of the known failure points on this generation of KTM two-stroke motorcycle is the pin in this tooth segment can fall out and go down into the transmission and cause the engine to lock up. The recommended fix is to put a spot weld on the back of the pin, effectively making the pin and the tooth segment one piece. May need to flatten off the weld a little so it doesn't fail on the mechanism.
So I have my gasket kit. So KTM 250SX 2003 2004. They look like the exhaust O-rings. Various transmission O-rings. These are the ones we are after. That'll be the for there. Two, three, four. Match up the O-rings. Looks very similar. And the manual says to use a little bit of grease on these. The manual also says to grease these control sleeves. So the left hand side would be this side. And right hand side. I have the manual right beside me and I'm not going off memory.
You may notice that I'm using the manual for a 2004 250SX. They're the same machine. All the specifications are the same.
Tooth segment gets mounted to the right hand side. Might be easier just to do that. Overload spring with the short leg on the outside. lubricate the Allen head bolt with Loctite 243. The short leg over the pin. Tighten the Allen head bolt. Says not to tighten these bolts yet because they need to be adjusted to set the flap. I'll just nip that up. I'll have to loosen that one on because I haven't touched that, so it's still tight.
At this point, I'm not noticing any of the markings on the gear rollers depicted in the manual. The manual says to mount the control rollers in the open position.
Says to mount the control flap in such a manner that the flap is completely open and the marks on the gear segments coincide. Well, I don't have any marks, so it's going to be a guess. I think before this goes in, I need to mount these plates on. So these little Allen head screws need to be torqued to I forget. So these little Allen head screws need to be torqued to 7 Newton meters. I don't have anything this small to torque these to that, so click. Click. Same on this side. Click. Click. Still spins. All is right with the world. Make sure that's still set. Don't know if you can see in there. These control rollers need to be all the way open. In there and in there. And now this can go in. Except now it doesn't fit. Back this off a little bit, just to get it past.
I'll back these keeper plates off a bit, just enough to get the flap in, and then I'll re-Loctite them and do them up again.
Click. 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 Click.
Closed, closed, fully open, fully open. At last. Okay. Next step is to put this cover on. So we'll do that now. Just got some isopropyl alcohol, a clean chuck, so just clean this surface up. This has already been washed and cleaned. It's just getting any finger goo off that I might have left on there. I'm just going to smear a little bit of grease on those O-rings. That will help prevent the O-rings from getting pinched when I fit the cover. I'm using JB World Ultimate Grey RTV silicone. Thin smear. And we're going to put some on the O-rings as well. Bit of grease. And with the little spring bracket goes to the top right. And one goes to bottom left. Everything still moves, which is good. Still moving. Torque to 10 Newton meters. Check it again. All good. Ports are open fully. Spring's still working. Beautiful. Always remember to back off this type of tension wrench. There's a spring in here, and if you leave it on the setting, the spring can stretch and your torque wrench won't be accurate. So always back them off.
Okay, so what I'm doing next is the dimension Z, or Z if you're American, which is the distance the control flap travels inside the cylinder.
This setting is crucial so the flap doesn't travel too far into the cylinder and contact the piston.
So the dimension is from the top of the cylinder to the middle of the flap is 48.5 millimeters. Now I don't have one of these fancy tools to measure that, so I've made one. So how it works is, sits in there, you bring the flap down and you adjust this arm and tighten those bolts. So that's what we'll do. Specifies to use 243 Loctite. Okay. Flap all the way up. I'll hold the pressure on this side. So that's being held in place. I'll bring this arm down and I'll tighten it up. Okay, simple as that. That is the dimension Z. Now it's 48.5 0.4 millimeters plus or minus 0.2. So that is well within spec. So all I need to do now is just torque that up. The torque setting for an M6 bolt is 10 Newton meters. There we are. How I'm going to hold this, I don't know. Okay, recheck the dimension. Perfect. Sliding on there a bit, I'll put weight on the ball here, and I've got resistance. Feels perfect. So that is dimension Z.
And this cylinder is now ready to be fitted to the engine.
Okay, so here I have all the engine parts laid out, ready to be reassembled. They've all been washed, gaskets removed, which I didn't want to bore you with, so I'm sure you know how to wash parts and remove a gasket. I haven't replaced any of the bearings. I didn't feel they needed to be replaced. They all feel good, but I do have a new seal kit, so I will be replacing the seals. Okay, here I have the left-hand casing, and I'm going to remove the seals and replace them. This is the seal kit I'll be using. I have a seal removing tool, so we'll start on this one. First one out. All good. Looks like the one we're after. Okay, that one's home. Okay, so what we have here is the transmission out of the 2003 KTM 250SX. And the output or counter shaft is worn where the sprocket goes, so I need to replace this whole shaft. Here is the replacement off eBay. It is showing somewhere, but nowhere near as bad as that. So it should be a suitable replacement. So let's get into it. Okay. I'll insert a schematic so you can see what I'm dealing with and what goes where. So we've got a thrust washer, first gear, fifth gear, then we've got a snap ring. I call these a snap ring because there's no actual hole and it's a different set of pliers to remove them. Snap ring pliers have a flat end on them that fit into that, between that, making this look harder than it actually is. There we go. Thrust washer, third gear, needle roller which splits in half, another thrust washer, another snap ring. There we go. Fourth gear, another snap ring, there we go, and the second idler gear. And a bearing. Okay, there is the shaft, the old shaft out. Don't know how good you'll see that, the differences. A lot more meat on this spline of this one than there is on that one. We've got it apart, we'll check the gear teeth.
For those of you that have been following along, you'll remember the whole reason for me stripping this engine in the first place was to replace this countershaft. That decision turned out to be a good one. If I hadn't stripped the engine down, I wouldn't have discovered the worn cylinder and piston and clutch assembly. So at the end of the day, it was a good decision, and I hope you guys are enjoying these videos, and I hope the content is entertaining.
All look good. Okay, let's put this back together. What I have here is an oil can with some transmission oil in it. And first to go on is the bearing.
Next, the second idler gear. These segments to the top. Thrust washer. And snap ring. Now I don't know if the camera will pick this up or not, but snap rings are directional. You can see the taper means this is the top, goes on that way. Installing the snap ring incorrectly won't cause any damage. It won't come off. It'll just make life harder for the next person that has to remove it. And that person could be you. When it's down in the groove, I like to give it a bit of a spin just to make sure it is actually sitting in the groove. So that one's in. Next is number 4, sliding gear. Goes with the dogs this way. And it's splined to fit on the shaft and lock in to the second idler gear. Snap ring. Directional again. Thrust washer. Bearing. Number 3 idler gear. So segments facing up. Thrust washer. Snap ring. This one's a little harder to tell. I think that way's up. It's in. Fifth sliding gear, splined again, locks into the segments of the third gear. Thrust washer. Bearing. And lastly, first gear idler and the thrust washer. Okay, new shaft installed. Everything rotating that should. Now we have the transmission all mated up. I'm just using the same oil to lubricate the bearings and seals that I'll be running in the engine. I've never felt the need to use the expensive assembly lube. I'm just pre-lubricating the small pins that locate the shift forks into the shift roller. The manual says to take photos before disassembly. I didn't do that, but turns out it's all fairly self-explanatory. There are 3 pressure springs for the shift rails. The bottom of the larger shift rail does not have a pressure spring. The shift roller can be a little bit tricky to get into position. The pins of the shift forks slot into the grooves of the shift roller, and then the shift rails go down through the shift forks and lock everything into position.
So the manual says to use grease on this gasket, but I'm not going to take the risk of it leaking, so I'm going to use gasket maker, the thin film of that around it.
The reason I've gone against manufacturer's recommendations and opted for the gasket maker over the grease is that I really don't want to get a leak between these 2 cases. A leak would mean I have to completely strip the engine again, and I really don't want to have to do that.
Okay. There goes nothing.
As per the diagram, the casing bolts are different lengths and can cause casing damage if put in the wrong locations.
Okay, so now I need to torque these down to 10 Newton meters. Everything's turning, everything feels good. Okay, 10 Newton meters. Two, 4, 3.
Loctite 243 is applied to the locking lever screw and then torqued down to 6 Newton meters. The shift locating drum bolt torque is 10 Newton meters. Please note the drum is eccentric and will only fit on one way.
Next thing is the selector shaft. Okay, the kickstart mechanism. There's a pop mark there and a pop mark there. And according to the manual, the pop marks go one spline around from each other. So pop mark there, pop mark there. Thrust washer and spring. And into position. And the spring anchor is next. Ten Newton meters. Next is the kick shaft idler. Thrust washer and circlip. Circlip goes that way. Next is the crankshaft gear. Next is the clutch hub bearing. And the clutch outer basket.
For those of you who have been following along, you'll remember that the clutch basket out of the original engine was very badly
Thrust
worn.
washer. And inner clutch hub.
This is the clutch assembly out of the 2006 eBay engine, which is in a lot better condition.
Thrust washer. And nut. Apply Loctite 243 to the nut.
A majority of parts from the 2006 engine share the same part number as the 2003, which makes them compatible and interchangeable.
Torque to 100 Newton meters. Bend up the tabs. Apply Loctite 243. The crankshaft primary gear. This time 150 Newton meters. Come on. Left-hand thread, of course. If you have one of these tension wrenches, then you just need to swap this around and you will have left-hand thread. Should never use a torque wrench for undoing, only for ever tightening or torquing up. 150 Newton meters. Now I don't have the special tool. There's a tool to wedge in here, but I do have a bit of timber. Let's see how we go.
Of course, the timber started to break and splinter, and I spent the next few minutes picking it out of the gear teeth.
Liking it.
Next, I thought I'd try my clamping tool, but I just couldn't get it to fit in there properly without it fouling on the clutch basket and potentially causing damage. Then I thought I'd try perhaps a softer metal, like a small piece of aluminium. But it started to crush and break as well and leave small particles of aluminium behind. Okay, that smaller piece of aluminium was hollow and crushed quite easily. Perhaps a larger solid piece will do better. But again, I just couldn't get it to fit without risking potential engine damage. Nothing I could think of was working, and I was risking damage to the engine. But then I had a light bulb moment. The second engine.
Casing here up another of the 2006. I don't know if I can use this idler gear, we'll see. Does mesh. Got it. There we go. Done. Thrust disc. Little needle roller bearings in there. And assemble the clutch.
I didn't consider it necessary to pre-soak these friction plates, as they are not brand new and they were already saturated with oil. Just a light coating for good measure.
Mount the pressure disc with the sharp edge facing up. There's a dull on a sharp edge. So this side up. As you're probably aware if you've been watching my videos, the clutch on the original engine was worn out. So this is the clutch off the 2006 engine that I bought off eBay. So I'm going through and cannibalising the 2006 one from eBay to get the best of each engine and make one good engine out of both of them. Now these are 10 Newton meters. Okay, next thing is the clutch cover, but before I do that I'll change the seal on the water pump. So this is the inner clutch housing. It houses the water pump, and in behind this the impeller is a seal, so we'll change that out. Of course, if this seal leaks, you can get into your oil and contaminate your oil, make it milky. So it's probably a good idea to do it now. There we are. Just on a square drive. Here's the seal of another one here. tiniest little groove around the shaft. Careful not to lose any of those balls. Just going to drive that seal out now. There you are, seal's out. It's a double lip seal, so it seals from water one way and oil the other. So if this seal fails, you'll either have water in your oil, or coolant in your oil, or oil in your coolant. Depends which side has failed. So in my kit I have a new seal. Still haven't found that one. Don't know where that one goes. It may be for another model. So that's the way this one came out, so that's the way I'll put it back in. Put a little bit of grease around the seal.
To the inside of the seal, not the outside. The manual suggests that you use Loctite 243 on the outside of the seal.
And you push it back in. It looks pretty good. They call this a centrifugal timer. What that does is control your power valve.
As engine revs increase, centrifugal force forces the balls of the centrifugal timer outwards, pushing the rod up or down and moving the exhaust flap. How quickly this happens is determined by the spring strength in the exhaust controller.
Okay, so that's in. Okay. Coat the bolt with Loctite. We will mount the impeller, as so. Okay, feels good.
And some grease for the Kickstarter shaft.
Manual says to grease the gasket, so for this one I will do that. Because if this one leaks, it's not such a big deal. And I do believe that greasing the gaskets stops them tearing if you need to pull them off and want to reuse them. Okay. Looking good.
There's a lot going on under this cover to get right. The gears on the centrifugal timer, the spring on the Kickstarter and the gasket all have to line up for the cover to sit down in place correctly.
.20mm bolts go in these locations. Gently run them down.
Of course, if you're not comfortable using an impact driver to run the bolts down, then don't do it. But I am, so I do. I'm also making sure the gasket is in the right position as I tighten down the cover.
A new rubber gasket for the water pump cover going in. Outer clutch housing with new O-ring gasket going on. $60, $60, and $60. Yep.
There are two spring clips that need to be removed so that the gudgeon or wrist pin can be removed from the conrod and piston. Cover the opening with a suitable shop cloth or rag so that these clips don't fall down inside the crankcase. This wrist pin or gudgeon pin is stuck. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. Removing the piston from the conrod would have been easier with the crankshaft out of the engine. I'll support the piston with some timber while I drive the gudgeon pin out with a punch so I don't damage the big end bearing.
There we are, piston out. New piston. few clips. New pin, new bearing, what I'm going to do is fit a clip to one side of the piston. Okay.
Mount the piston to the conrod with the arrow facing towards the exhaust port.
Okay, piston on.
Fitting these clips to the piston would have to be the most awkward part of the whole build. Double check and make absolutely sure these clips are sitting in the piston groove correctly. If they were to come out, they can cause substantial engine damage.
Gotcha. Now the rings. Bottom ring. There's an N, so that makes, usually the marking goes to the top. There's a little dowel pin here somewhere at the back here. Okay, rings are ready to go in the cylinder.
Cover the piston and rings with 2-stroke oil, ensuring that the oil gets into the grooves as well.
Freshly set up cylinder.
This cylinder is from the 2006 engine that I purchased from eBay. It came already supplied with a piston and ring set that you see here. So that was the reason I decided to get this cylinder repaired and fit it to this engine. Take care to align the ring gap with the tiny dowels in the piston.
Okay, we're down.
Torque the cylinder base nuts to 35 Newton meters.
Now I have to try and work out dimension X, which is the height of the piston in relation to the top of the cylinder.
Now I don't know how this happened and I apologise, but somehow I have lost the footage from all three cameras of me checking and adjusting dimension X. The basic principle is simple. The top of the piston must not protrude past the top of the cylinder, and you adjust this by altering the thickness of the base gasket until you achieve the desired dimension X.
Okay, this is a trick. We're reusing copper washers. These are the copper washers for under the head studs. So in order to make these seal again, we need to soften them up. So with a blowtorch, we can re-anneal them, which is get them cherry red, and dunk them into some water. That'll quench them and soften them up, so when we use them under the head studs again, they'll create a seal. At the moment they've gone hard and they could potentially leak, but once we anneal them they'll be soft, and they should conform to the head studs and the head itself and make a good seal. So now these copper washers are soft again. I could bend these quite easily now if I wanted to. I don't want to deform them. But now they are ready to be reused and should seal quite nicely. So if the O-rings don't quite fit, just give them a bit of a stretch. I'll give them a little bit of grease, just hold them in there. The manual says to tighten the head studs to 27 Newton meters, but in increments of 3, so we'll go 9, 18, 27. So I've got the inch-pound wrench set to 9, so we'll start with that in a crisscross configuration. Okay, bump it up to 18. If it goes that high, no, yeah. Go again. Wait for the aeroplane to go over. There we have 18. Crisscross. Back it off. And for the last 27, I've got my big wrench. Around the world. Okay, they're done. Back it off. Okay, heads down and torqued. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is connect control linkage to the power valve. Now, securing this control arm to the power valve is this tiny little clip. I hope you can see it. So the manual says to push the control rod all the way down and the flap all the way down, and to adjust this as necessary within 1 millimeter of travel. So this is not lining up correctly, but if I undo this lock nut and turn it slightly, that should push straight on and it should be fine. So let's do that. Turn that slightly. Put a little bit of grease on the inside. Okay, that's on. Now before I go any further, I'm going to cover up this hole. So I don't lose that little pin down inside it. Now this little pin goes up in a hole up in the side there. Spins around and clips into place. Now that ball linkage cannot come off. in theory. I've got the cover and the gasket. Okay, next is the exhaust control. And there is a setting for this, depending on how quick you want the power band to cut in. Back it off for it to cut in quicker, wind it in for it to be more user-friendly and rideable. So if you're racing it, you'd wind it out. If you're riding through trails, you wind it in. Pretty sure that's how it is anyway. I'll double check. If it's wrong, I'll delete what I just said. Okay, so we've got 6 Newton meters for these. Probably over-torqued them already just by doing them up by hand. No, all good. Okay, so next we have the stator. There's a mark there. It lines up with the mark there. And that in theory sets your timing. For those of you that have been following my channel, when I first stripped this engine, those timing marks were out. I think it was slightly retarded from memory. So we'll set it back to where it's supposed to be, and we'll see how it starts and runs. This stator is purely for ignition or spark only. It has no coils to provide charging current or current for lights, etc., because this is a motocross bike and it doesn't require lights or indicators, or doesn't carry a battery. So there's nothing to charge. line that coil up, that mark up now. And do it up. And same again, 6 Newton meters. Okay, next to go on is the magneto. The magneto or flywheel. The magneto has a series of magnets in here. And as the magnets, well, it goes that way, as the magnets go over these fields, it creates a charge, and that's what gives us our spark in a very basic form. That's on the key. And I'll find a torque setting for this nut. So the torque for the flywheel collar nut, M12 by 1mm, 60 Newton meters. I know I bang on about this tool, but if you haven't got one and you do this sort of work, by all means get one. This holds your clutch basket and other gears and things, but on this side there are 2 posts which quite often match up with flywheels and other things. Very handy. Got it. And here's the reed valves. This reed valve was also off the 2006 eBay engine. It was in much better condition than the original one. So, like that. And with the inlet boot. If you remember from when I stripped this engine down, this old engine boot was perished, so this one's a replacement from eBay. I've had a good look, I can't see any cracks or fatigue to it at all, so that was a lucky find. I'll just check the torque setting for that. It's not listed, so I'll just do it up to what I think. So I don't want to over tighten this rubber inlet boot, or inlet manifold. Okay, apart from the magneto cover, this engine is finished and ready to go back in the frame. Of course, I won't put the kickstarter or the gear shift lever, the carburettor or the drive sprocket in or on until it's in the frame. I'll just get in the way. Got a brand new spark plug ordered, and we've still got to fill it with oil and check the setting on the governor spring. So next video, I think we'll be assembling the frame. So that'll be exciting. The actual bike is going back together. So here we have the 38mm Carheen carburettor. I googled how to say it, so it must be right. So let's get this open and have a look inside it. Give it a good clean. I'll get the bowl off. Still got some fuel in it, of it. Hey, let's see what lurks inside here. Yeah, there's a bit of rubbish in there. Can't see any water. Pretty clean really, apart from some gunk. One of the first things I noticed was the idle screw is wound right in. Suggests to me there was issues with the idling, which would stem from the failed crankshaft seals. So everything's tying together. That's the top of the carby spring. We'll get the slide out and the needle. So the circlip appears to be on the middle groove, which is correct. The needle looks to be in good condition. Blokes don't have any fuel in them. Let's have a look at the main jet. There's some odd looking crud around the main jet. Now it's not clogged. I don't know if you can see through that or not. Pilot's way down in there. Too big? Still too big. That's tight. Don't want to force it. That got it. Good old right angle screwdriver. And that is well and truly blocked. I cannot see through that. I've got tamper-proof Torx bits here and here, so I'll see if I've got one. I think I do. That is tight. That one coming away. That one's come away too. There we go. Not sure how to get that out, so I'm not even going to try. I think there could be an O-ring under the seat, but I'm not sure. I'll have to look at the drawing. Let's get the enrichener out. It's not actually a choke. A choke blocks off the airway. This is an enrichener. It allows more fuel through for cold starts. Looks good. Let's have a look what's under here. Not entirely sure what that is either. But I think we're about ready to throw it into the sonic bath. Can't see anything else that needs to come out. Oh, hang on. We have the mixture screw. Count how many times it's screwed in. Half, 1, half, 1 3/4.
This is an air mixture screw because it's on the air filter side. If it was a fuel mixture screw, it would be on the engine side of the carburetor.
Should be a spring in there too. There we go. A little washer. So that means there's a little O-ring down there as well. See if I can get that out.
Turns out the little O-ring was missing, and I fitted one later off camera.
No O-ring. Or if there was, it's missing.
The absence of the O-ring on the mixer screw would also cause tuning issues. just using a mixture of dishwashing liquid and hot water from the wife's kettle for the sonic bath. I'll just let that cook for about half an hour. That has come up very nicely. Pilot is still blocked. I'm using a jet reamer to clear the blockage in the pilot jet, being mindful to only clear the blockage and not to take away any metal. I'm just poking the jet reamer through each graduation port to make sure they're all clear. And give it the good old blow through for good measure. Okay, it's clear now. Okay, all good. It's come up pretty clean, the old carburetor. We should make sure that's clean. Just be mindful, compressed air is very dangerous and can cause injury if not treated with respect. With my jet reamers, I'm just going through every port and ensuring that it's clear. I'm not removing any metal, I'm just checking for blockages. Final blow through to make sure everything's clear. I'm also blowing through the vent tubes to make sure they're not blocked. The vent tubes are often overlooked, but if the carburetor can't breathe, then it won't operate correctly. Just a small dab of Loctite thread locker on the threads of the screws.
And goes the pilot. And goes the main.
The jets and small components in the carburettor don't need to be tightened down super tight, just taken down and nipped up. Blowing through the fuel supply hose and actuating the float up and down checks the operation of the needle in the seat and also the height of the float against the body of the carburettor.
The float height is okay. So that can go back together. Whatever this is.
The air mixture screw is going back in now, and I'm mindful to reset it to where I found it. Around the 1.5 to 2 winds out is a good starting point and can be adjusted later when tuning the engine.
Half, 1, half, 3/4.
The enrichener is next. It has a nylon plastic body, so care needs to be taken not to over tighten it. Next goes the slide and graduation needle, followed by the keeper. Take care when fitting the slide back into the carburettor that the graduation needle slides into the emulsion tube nicely, otherwise damage could occur. I'm only fitting this top cover loosely as it needs to come off again to fit the throttle cable.
There we go, one carburetor. Blocked pilot jet, so that would have been causing some major issues. And that may well account for the idle screw being screwed right in and not the crankshaft seals. We'll just have to wait and see.
One final scrub up of the breather hoses and we're done.
That is cleaned up really nicely. Let's hope that's ready to go and we've got no leaks. We'll pop that in a bag and we'll put it in storage until the engine's ready.
Well, the day we've been working towards is finally here. In this video, we are reassembling the 2003 KTM 250SX. All the work that I've done in this series will come together in these last few videos as this old motorcycle comes back together. If you'd like to check out the series of videos on this bike, I'll leave a link up above so you can catch up. While you're in there, consider liking and subscribing to my channel and hit that notification bell so you won't miss any future content. Also, drop me a comment, good or bad. Let me know what I'm doing right or wrong. I'd love to hear from you.
I'm not going to tighten these mounting bolts up until I've got the swing arm in and the main pivot bolt goes in easily. But for now that's sitting in there. So there's a flat on this pivot bolt for the swing arm. So it goes in this way because there's a corresponding flat here. So that will lock the pivot bolt in and stop it from rotating as the suspension goes up and down. Okay, those mounting bolts can be done up now and the swing arm can be torqued up. Engine mounting bolt, M10, 2004, 45 Newton meters. Hexagon nut swing arm bolt, M16 by 1.5, 100 Newton meters. 100 Newton meters. Beautiful. Engine mounting bolts, 45. Okay, so that's the motor or the engine and the swing arm in and torque down. Coming together nicely. I can now go ahead and torque up the triple clamp bolts and the pinch bolts for the forks. It's rather important these pinch bolts aren't over tightened, because it can squash the outer tube and restrict fork movement. Next we'll tighten the cap screw, but first we need to release the top triple clamp. Slightly tap down the top triple clamp and then tighten the cap screw to 17 Newton meters. Remove the screw, apply Loctite 243 and torque to 17 Newton meters. And now lastly, the top triple clamp pinch bolts can be tightened to 17 Newton meters also. Okay, done. And the CDI unit on and tighten to 10 Newton meters. And now to reconnect the wiring harness. Even though the wiring can look straightforward, I've learnt by past mistakes to always take photos of the wiring harness connections so you know exactly how they go back together in future. Red to red, green to green. This harness has been played with in the past. The original OEM connectors have been replaced with crimp bullet connectors. So we'll have to make do with what we've got.
Next is the ignition coil, which I'll route through the top mounting and tighten the bolts to 10 Newton meters. Now for some cable management with some well placed cable ties. Always try to route your electrical cables behind frame rails. This will protect them from damage from rocks and sticks, etc. On with the fork protectors. Some of the bolts can be hard to get to once the wheel's in situ, so it's best to do it now, before the wheel goes on. And you guessed it, 10 Newton meters. On with the front wheel, a little grease inside the spaces to help the axle shaft slide through. The 8mm axle pinch bolts are 10 Newton meters with Loctite 243. Front axle collar screw, 40 Newton meters. In with the rear wheel and rear brake caliper assembly. I can't stress strongly enough the benefits of greasing the axles. If you're riding through any mud or water, the axles can seize inside the bearings of the wheels and you'll have all sorts of difficulty removing them. A little more effort now will save you a lot of pain later. Future you will thank you.
Nice.
I won't be tightening this axle nut until the chain is on and the slack has been adjusted.
Looking good.
Rear shock going in. Apply Loctite 243 to the upper and lower mounting bolts and torque to 60 Newton meters.
Because this subframe was damaged and I had to have my friend weld it, I'm going to put some Loctite 243 on these bolts just to ensure they don't move, come loose. Just a bit of extra insurance.
Apply Loctite 243 to the rear brake foot pedal bolt. And torque to 45 Newton meters. Torque the ball joint push rod bolt to 10 Newton meters. The clutch slave cylinder bolts are all torqued to 6 Newton meters. The throttle cable and the pieces from the carburettor, slide, graduation needle. Right, let's start putting this together. I'll just remove this keeper so I can explain to you how it works. Little ball on the end of the throttle cable slots in there. It also keeps the graduation needle in place. So I'll put that back in there. We need to be able to feed, with that spring on, need to be able to feed that end into there and lock it in. So we'll see how that goes. First I'm going to thread the spring down. Try and compress that as best I can. Lock it in place like so. A little bit tricky. Release the spring. Okay, that's her. Let's go and mount it in the carburettor. So here we have the front disc caliper with the new pads.
So let's fit that. Some Loctite.
The torque for the front brake caliper mounting bolts is 25 Newton meters.
So this is the chain of choice, RHK O-ring race chain gold.
This chain comes with a choice of two types of joining link, the rivet type and the removable type. I'll be using the removable type because I like to be able to remove the chain for cleaning, etc.
Turns out 120 links is way too long.
If you don't have one of these chain breaker kits, then I highly recommend you get yourself one. They save yourself a lot of pain and grief and make the job so much easier.
Okay, that's out. There you go. Okay, the chain should fit nicely now. Yep, I can't get it any more than that. The axle's right forward and the next one is there, so I wouldn't be able to do it, so that's the right one. Next is the joining link.
The joining link comes with grease supplied, which you spread on the pins with the O-rings in place, and then slide it into the chain. Apply the two O-rings. A bit more grease. And the keeper.
Now these are somewhat of a press fit, so I'll use the tool again to bring it to squash it up to get the clip on. There we are. the clip can go on. Always goes with the open end to the back, that being the direction of travel. If it was that way, if it were to hit anything, it could flick that link off or that keeper off, and the chain could separate and cause all sorts of nasty things to happen. Yeah, we're on. Remember, this is the side that had the thread repaired in here, so hopefully it stands up to the test. And of course you have lines here and marks on the swing arm. You need to make sure both sides are even.
Not much room for fat fingers in here.
Of course, this chain needs to have some slack in it to allow for the extreme movement of the swing arm.
These adjusting bolts either side of the swing arm bring the rear wheel backwards and in turn tighten the chain. You adjust these bolts evenly until you have the desired amount of free play on the chain. You torque the axle nut up and that's what keeps the wheel in place. Don't rely on the adjusters.
There is a torque for this axle nut as well. I think it's about 80 Newton meters, but I'll have to check that as well. Now, I might leave it at that now until I can check the exact amount of travel or amount of free play that the chain actually needs. It may require me sitting on the bike and someone measuring it for me. I'll have to look that up. Feels like that thread repair has worked. Nice and solid.
80 Newton meters.
And go ahead and fit this chain guard now.
The important part of any motorcycle is to be able to stop and change gears. So I need to get the handlebars on, front brake and clutch master cylinder fitted, and bleed the front and rear brake and clutch.
Vacuum bleeder. Okay, so what I have here is a Temu I haven't used it yet, so I don't know how it'll go, but we'll give it a try. I've also got some mineral oil for the clutch. Apparently you must use mineral oil in the clutches on the KTMs. I assume if you use brake fluid, then it damages the seals and you get brake fluid leaking into the engine oil, which is not a good thing. But for the brakes, I have some .4. So let's get the brakes and this clutch bled up and hopefully everything goes smoothly. Okay, so firstly I will top up the clutch reservoir with the mineral oil. That looks to me like it's brake fluid, so we'll have to get rid of that. Yep, definitely brake fluid. Brake fluid burns your tongue, so that is not good. Hopefully we haven't damaged any of our seals already. Put some oil in here and we'll flush it through and hope for the best. Start with that. Like I said, I don't know how this is going to go. It'll be interesting to find out.
Let's just say that the instructions that came with the Temu vacuum bleeding kit weren't that comprehensive and left a lot to be desired.
To do it the old-fashioned way.
The fluid is going somewhere.
If it doesn't take too much, I've only got one bottle. And there's something happening. And plenty of air. have a clutch. Feels quite good. Now let's try the same with the brakes. First we'll put the cover back on there.
I don't know if the brake fluid has damaged the seals in the front brake. Only time will tell.
Feels good.
I wasn't getting any fluid through, so I tried bleeding the master cylinder by cracking the banjo bolt. There was no fluid here either. Nothing I did seemed to be working. I just couldn't get fluid through to the caliper, no matter what I tried.
Unfortunately, I didn't get to film me successfully bleeding the rear brakes. Bleeding motorcycle brakes is never easy. I think the best way is to actually force the fluid through the nipple and back up the system into the master cylinder, but I don't have the equipment to do that. What I had to do in this case is remove the push rod and manually pump the master cylinder, and I was then able to get the brake fluid into the caliper and bleed the brakes. Just using the foot peg, didn't have enough stroke. So that's what I did to bleed the rear brakes.
Moving on to the front brakes, I really hope this goes better, but somehow I doubt it. I don't know if you can see that or not. Recommends .4 brake fluid. And we just so happen to have some. Of course, .4 brake fluid is recommended for the front and the rear brakes on these earlier motorcycles. Okay, let's give this T-Move vacuum bleeder another try.
Close that off and try them.
Front brakes on a motorcycle can be frustratingly difficult to bleed. I thought the Temu vacuum bleeder setup would be the ticket, but I spent an hour and I think I tried everything I could think of to bleed these brakes.
Oh yeah, lots of bubbles.
I don't know if it was the Temu vacuum pump, I had an air leak, or there's something else going on within the brake system, but I could not get the front brake to pump up and feel firm. The one technique I had up my sleeve was a technique called reverse bleeding. This technique forces brake fluid up from the caliper into the master cylinder, effectively pushing the air up and out. At this point I was doubting the Temu product, but it was making vacuum and working as it should. I guess I just had one of these stubborn braking systems to deal with. The front brakes, unfortunately, are still being a dog. I cannot get them to bleed up. It may be a case of me coming up with some plan to actually reverse bleed the front brakes. I have cracked the nipple in the past and just let it dribble, and that has worked. I may give the vacuum bleeder another go, but it doesn't seem to have been successful. Who'd have thought? Anyway, we'll keep trying. So I've tried everything to get the front brakes bled, and nothing seems to be working. So what I've done now, I'm hooking up this reservoir and I'm going to apply air pressure back through the caliper up to the master cylinder in an attempt to back bleed it. So we'll see how we go there. Oh, bleeder on. You may have noticed that I've also removed the caliper and placed it on top of the rotor. This is in an attempt to get the bleeder higher than the supply line to try and get the air out of the system. Messy, but hopefully we've done something. And nothing. Really don't know what's going on here. Nothing I seem to do works. Try again. Great. Brake fluid everywhere. And now, thanks to my stupidity, I had a massive cleanup on my hands. I spent a good while cleaning all the brake fluid off everything in my shed. The addition of some well-placed cable ties might help prevent another blowout.
Of course, this is what I should have done in the first place. Okay, we go again. Well, I actually feel like I have a front brake. It's still very spongy, but it's definitely there. Feels better than nothing. Better. Yeah, so the reverse bleeding did actually work. I've now got front brake. It is a little bit squishy, but in time that may come good, or we might have to give it a little bit more of a bleed. We have clutch. And we have rear brake. It's not easy to bleed the front brakes, particularly on these bikes. I've found if you can't get them to bleed the normal way, then reverse bleeding is your next best option, and that was the case with this bike. But anyway, we're all good. Not touching anywhere. Yeah. Okay, so this is the coolant of choice, the Motorex coolant M3.0. It's a premix. The bike takes 1.2 litres. I only have 1 litre, so I'll be topping the remainder up with distilled water, and hopefully we don't have any leaks. Now, of course, there is a bleeder on the other radiator which I'll need to open up to allow any air pockets to escape. But that's taken all of that. Hopefully it hasn't filled up the crankcase. Okay, I've just topped up the bottle with some distilled water. There we are, we're full. So yeah, about 1.2. You keep an eye on that, tell me when it comes out. There it is. Okay, we'll let that settle and we'll recheck the level. Hopefully it will settle a little, but hopefully it won't go down too much, because that will mean we have a leak. So I have my radiator tester and I'll apply some pressure to it. I know the engine is cold, so it's not going to be an accurate test, but it will give me an idea of any potential leaks. So the radiator cap is 1.1. So we'll take that up to about there, and we'll see. We'll come back in a few minutes, see if it drops or if we have any leaks. Okay, that's been about 5 minutes. And I can't detect any leaks. I'll leave that overnight and we'll see how we are in the morning. So what I have is Bel-Ray foam filter oil. This is what I'll be using to coat the new air filter. I have a brand new air filter from MX Store, not a sponsor. I've bought all these parts myself. So let's get this oiled up and in the bike.
Put a drip tray down to catch any excess oil. Okay, I think that's good enough. Put the cage in. There we go. Now they also recommend you put a coating of grease around this edge. So we'll see how we go with that. There we are. I can understand the principle. The grease seals against the surface and stops anything getting through. I just feel a bit awkward about doing it. But anything to protect that engine. There you are, simple as that. She's in.
Shift lever bolt, apply Loctite 243 and torque to 14 Newton meters. Kickstart lever, apply Loctite 243 and torque to 25 Newton meters.
.25 Newton meters. Okay, we have a brand new NGK BR8 ECM going in as recommended by the manufacturer. I do like to add a little bit of anti-seize to the thread. A little bit goes a long way. I also like to put a couple of squirts of oil into the cylinder. What that does, as the piston comes up on the compression stroke, it spreads the oil around the rings and helps it initial start a little bit easier. Okay, so new plug going in.
Now if you're out in the bush and you needed to change your plug because it was fouled up, you wouldn't have a torque wrench with you. But for the exercise, it needs to be torqued up to 25 Newton meters. There we go. So my crankcase oil of choice is the Motorex 10W30 synthetic oil. So that's what will be going into the crankcase. Now you can whack in 700 mils using one of these, or you can just add oil until it runs out of this little plug here, and that will give you the correct level. Either way works, but I'm going to do both. Now I can only put in 500 at a time. Okay, that's 500. Okay, 500 mils going in. Keep an eye on that level plug, make sure to let me know if it runs out. Okay, so that's 500. We'll put another 200 in. And that'll be what the manufacturer recommends. So there's 200. All right. See how close we are. 200 going in. Okay, that's 200, and out she comes. Spot on. Guys see that? No, I'll put that plug back in. And nip that up. Hopefully I have no oil leaks between my crank casing. That would really be annoying. So it's the next day and we have no leaks. The bottom of the engine case is bone dry, which is great news. We need to lube up these brand new O-rings to go on the exhaust. Normal bit of grease. And the next one. Okay, now that's ready to go on the bike. Okay, I've got mine nicely polished and didn't removed expansion chamber.
The expansion chamber was such a tight fit into the head that I managed to break both the O-rings. Luckily, I had 2 spares.
Broken both. Loctite 243, my new favourite friend.
Loctite 243 is a medium strength thread locker.
The exhaust systems or the engines on these bikes experience a lot of vibration, so this will help stop the bolts vibrating out.
It will securely hold the fixing in place, but it can also be undone when needed to be.
Now I got the muffler. Exhaust done. We're almost at a point where I could put the IV on this and try for a start. But I'm very nervous. Two-stroke oil of choice is the Motorex 2T Cross Power. Okay. priming kicks. Yes, you little beauty.
Hi guys, I'm Dave and welcome back to Mimshed. In today's video, which will be the last in the series on the 2003 KTM 250SX, I'll be washing and prepping the plastics and fitting them back onto the bike with a brand new decal kit. And I'm sure you'll agree in the reveal at the end that this new decal kit is the icing on the cake for this old two-banger restoration. It's been a long and sometimes challenging restoration of this old bike. And for those of you that have stuck with me throughout all the episodes, I thank you very much. Having said that, if you like this type of content, then please like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and please leave a comment. Let me know what you think of the completed bike. Do you like it or not? What did I get right? What could I have done better? Let me know in the comments. Okay, I've got a sticker kit from AliExpress. I think it was AliExpress. The actual decals are feel quite thick, so they look to be quite good quality. So let's get them on. This should make the bike look really good. Should make it pop. Spider might be the right one. First, I like to clean the plastics, get rid of any grease or dirt that may be on there.
I'm using acetone today. Whatever you use, try it on an obscure area first in case it damages the plastics. I'll wet the plastic. This helps to position the new sticker. Remove the backing. And position over the holes. As best you can. I have a plastic scrape just to work from the middle out. This helps disperse any excess water and of course gets rid of any bubbles. Get it as close as we can though. Yeah, she's a little bit out. Try and position this a little bit better. The idea of the water is to allow you to give you some lubrication to move the sticker into position, and you use the heat gun or the hairdryer to evaporate that water so the glue can stick to the plastic. Also, the heat from the gun makes the sticker soft so it conforms better to the shape of the plastics. Okay, we'll let that cool down. So I'll let it cool down completely, and that'll give the glue a chance to adhere properly. Some of them just don't quite match up. Okay, pretty happy with that. Well guys, that's it for this series on the rebuild of this 2003 KTM 250SX. I hope you've enjoyed watching these videos as much as I've enjoyed bringing them to you. It's been a long road, but the end result has been well worth it. There will be a video down the track of this bike being ripped around, so look forward to that one. So if you like my content, please like, subscribe and hit that notification bell so you'll be sure not to miss any future videos. And leave a comment. It all goes towards that algorithm and really helps my channel out. So until next time, keep the rubber side down, and I hope to see you out there on my ride.